Hey, Jim Dog, how are you? You doing okay? Hey, Jim Dog, how are you? I'm doing good. As you can tell, we're just getting started. All right, so I know the first thing we want to do already is we're going to do a contract. Jim Dog, do you play this game? All right, cool. What map are you playing on? No Man's Land. Are you playing FS22? Okay. I was going to say, I didn't think No Man's Land got brought into FS25. As a matter of fact, about an hour ago, I was looking for No Man's Land in the mod store, but I only looked under North American maps. I didn't look anywhere else. So it could have got brought over into FS25 along with an update or something, but I didn't think so. So we're going to accept a contract, and we do all our contracts through the office here, or at least we're supposed to. So we're going to do yeah, let's see. That's a big bale. I want to do that one, but I want to do this, get this started first. We're going to do a harvesting contract right here. This $15,000 harvesting contract. We're going to borrow the equipment. We'll borrow the items. Now, again, we will not have to use the tractor trailer. We have our own. We could use the tractor and our trailer. So we had our tractor for something else. We may end up doing that. We're just going to have enough time before it gets dark in-game to do this contract, I think. But we should be able to get it done. No Man's Land is one of my favorite maps. I think it was the first map I ever played on in FS19. Alright, it's kind of a slow drive in this thing, but I'm about to catch up with this container truck. That's pretty bad. The container truck is putting me up for a race. I'm going to get me an overtake. Oh, cut over, acted like I was going to cut in front of him and it made him stop. You had FS09? Wow, I did not go back that far. I went back to 19, FS19. I got that FS19 about 3 months before FS22 came out. I knew FS22 was going to be released, but I went ahead and got FS19 so I could go ahead and learn the game, like learn some of the mechanics of the game and stuff like that. So that way when FS22 came out, I was ready to play. Alright, we're going to just go ahead and start this guy. And then we are going to, let me look at, I want to look at contracts because we may want to do I think I might want to do this contract right here at the same time that that contract is going. We'll go up here and do this contract. Where is that? Oh, yeah, that's real close by. All right. So we're going to do baling, but I do need to take we've got to take this up there for the spinach harvest. Alright, I can take you on a tour of the map here in a minute if you'd like. All right. So we can let that guy run for a minute. We can just leave this guy sit here like this. Where's he at? Okay. So we're going to grab our truck. And we'll just do a little tour. A little drive around the map. I'll show you what we have going on. We'll come back and grab this guy. Whoops. Almost forgot where I was at. Alright, we're going to go down here. So this is all going to be cotton over here. We only have the end down here done so far, but then I have this we have this right here. This is Granny's knitwear. So this is all going to be cotton. The only thing that's cotton on it so far is just this end right here. But I'm going to do cotton in all this. So this farm down here is going to be, I'm simulating a multiplayer game. Except I'm just controlling everybody's stuff. But anyway, this is going to be Granny's farm. So she's down here. You know, one thing Granny doesn't have, I think, is a house. I'm going to have to figure her out a house, because I don't think she has a house. Let me see, let's go this way. She's got a pretty nice farm. I'm not real familiar with all the space, but she's got a real nice farm area back here. I guess there's her house. I forgot that she had that house, okay. And then there's some other stuff back here too, but I don't know how much of that we own exactly. And then of course the barn. So that's down at Granny's. Now we'll go up and let's see, we will go to Angela's. Let's go to Angela's. And this is Angela's place right here. This is Angela's place. And she's going to have this field and this field, and it's going to be canola. So she's going to be doing a canola operation. I haven't bought her fields yet, but that's where she's going to be. Now we'll go up to Dee Dee's place. Her place is right over there. Yeah, Dee Dee's place is right up here. This is Dee Dee's place, and she's doing sunflowers over here, and she's going to have, Dee Dee is going to have this field right here, and then these 3 fields right here, and I'm going to connect them and make them one big field, but she'll be doing sunflowers right there. Now this is the main start farm, but I did not start as a new farmer. I started from scratch, so I did not start here. But if you start as new farmer, you start right here on that property right there. Hi Angela, we just went and looked at your place. How are you? Oh, nice. Jim Dog, this is my farm right here, and I have a soybean factory. I have this area right here. This is mine, and I have a soybean field, and then I'm going to do this whole thing in soybeans also. Oh, that's awesome. Wow. I don't have that book. Anyway, this is mine. We have a soybean factory. And then we just have our main equipment right over here. A little workshop. A gas station. So we can get our fuel. Now, Jim Dog, did you see our house? Our home place? I really didn't show you around up there, I don't think. Now we've got to stop over here. Okay, we'll go by there too. We got to stop over here. We need to come over here because I need to figure out Okay, he's not full yet. I haven't been paying attention to see if I could, when he was full. But we can go on. I just wanted to make sure, because this is going to take a while to get this field done, so I don't want to lose too much time on it with him sitting around. So now we're going to come up here, and of course this guy's going to go the same direction I want to go. This is where Christopher lives. That's where Christopher lives, right here. I do not have, he does not have any fields yet or anything. And Monty, this is Monty's place. Whoops, almost hit his porch. This is Monty's place right here. And Monty owns the place, the field that we just came from, that we're working in, the spinach field. That is Monty's. Now, actually, let's go back down here. Whoop. Oh, Christopher is going to be doing corn. But I want to come back down here. Richard is going to be back down here. So down here, I'm gonna put Richard down here. So we have not bought this part yet, but this part right here comes with this field. This part is separate, so we already own this part. This is Monty's. And this is Monty's field, but when we buy this part comes with it. So I'm going to put Richard down here. So Richard gets this part down here, and then that's not where Richard's going to live. I'm going to sell the farmhouse. Once I buy it, I'm going to sell that farmhouse, and Richard is going to live somewhere different. Now we'll go, let's see, actually we can go over here and I can show you where I'm going to put Richard's house. And then we can go to the home, our house. I got too many houses. Let's see. I believe I got Richard over this way. Yeah, right up here. I'm going to put Richard right here. I'm going to put his house right here. Whoops, I hit his mailbox. I didn't even see his mailbox right there. Anyway, I'm going to put Richard right over here. And now we'll cruise over to my house. Now I've got to, oh, here's the, I was just going to say, I got to pay attention, I'll miss the entrance. because I'm not used to coming to it from that direction. Okay, Angela, God bless you. Thank you for coming and saying hello, hanging out for a bit. I hope you sleep well and have a great weekend. I'll see you on Monday. Thank you, Angela. So this is home. Jim Dog, this is where we live. And we have a coffee plant. So we're making coffee. And we have the greenhouse for the coffee beans up here. Up here we have just a couple of little generators. We have a water distributor, which actually is a factory. And then we have a solar tower. It makes solar energy. It doesn't look like a solar tower, but it actually is. And then a cell tower, which looks really cool at night because I got it all lit up, the pathway. So they have like a private entranceway. So that area right up there is leased out, which is nice. And then I have grandchildren, so I always like to put my grandchildren a playground, a little play area. And then of course I have to have my tractor on the roof. I got rid of everything else that was up here because I don't want farming up here. I don't mind having that factory back there. It kind of sits back. It's out of the way. So I don't mind that. I don't like the position of the house. I do wish the house was more like back in the corner somewhere. But it is what it is. We still got privacy up here. I don't have any farm equipment up here other than these two barrel trailers, and the white one I'll get rid of. I'm going to get a fuel truck to park over there, but I can't afford it yet. Thank you. Yeah, I like it. And I started this map with $0, zero equipment, just the clothes on my back. I've done everything by contracts. So I'm kind of building the whole map based on contracts and leases, that type of thing. So I'm doing a simulated multiplayer where I am playing for everybody. But I have different people owning different farms. Simulated owning. But really I'm just getting started. I jumped the gun. I started buying a bunch of people properties and stuff instead of actually playing the way I was going to, but it's okay. This is going to be much more fun once I get everything going. I just got to be careful and not overload myself. And because I'm playing contracts, simulated, well, not simulated, I actually am doing contracts and stuff. I've built everything on contracts so far, but because I'm playing it that way, I'm going to continue that simulation even as I buy properties. I'm using the office at the dealership as like the headquarters, so I kind of have to check in to do contracts and stuff. But of course, we're already doing the contract, so we're just going to jump right back over to where we're at. There we go. Alright, so this guy is waiting for us. Now we can... Where's he at? Oh, he's right there. I don't want to make this guy wait too long, because this field is going to take a while. Oh, he's right in a curve, too. Hard to get to. I'm gonna make sure I park out of that guy's way. I don't want to be in his way when he tries to turn. And he may not have any troubles. In the last field we did, in the last live stream, that guy had some problems figuring out where to go. And that was a tour of the whole map of everything I got going on so far. I don't have a lot going on, but at the same time, I'm doing pretty good considering it's all contracts. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the little tour. Well, you're welcome. Sometimes doing something like that can be kind of fun. I like driving around, taking a look at what I got going on. I got to remember where I have everybody. I did not realize this place down here was as big as it is. Does that have a name on it over there? I think I see a sign. Oh no, it was just that pipe right there. I thought maybe I saw a sign on there and I was like, oh no, is that a business? Somebody's business? I do believe I looked over here for collectibles already. Yeah, this place was a lot bigger than what I thought. I had not come over here. I just looked at it on the map. And we put Monty down at the other end. There's a lot of stuff here. Some of it I might get rid of. I don't know. This might be kind of fun. Anyway, I'm going to set Richard up on a, on a wheat. So that's cool. All right. Well, there's a ball field right over there. Now this place, this is Monty's. This is up on this end right here, same field. So this is Monty's place. You get the place opened up. We've never even really opened it up. Can we go in through here? We can. Nice. Now we also have, Monty has an oil mill. Monty has an oil mill, and Dee Dee will, this is where Dee Dee will bring her sunflowers, and where Angela will bring her canola is over here to Monty's oil mill. And right now, Monty's wanting to do spinach, but I'm going to have to, we're going to have to change that to rice. Spinach is not going to work. To get all of them running, yes, absolutely. It's going to take a lot of money. But once I can get them operating, then they're going to help me make money. So I won't have to be doing so many contracts all the time. And what's cool is some of the contracts, like if it's a harvesting contract of one type or another, like for example, in one contract I harvested cotton. Well, the place that the contract was for me to take it to was to Granny's Knitwear. So it went to the contract went to my place, and I ended up with like 5,000 liters of cotton. Of course, the harvesting contracts, there's always a bonus on the harvest. There'll always be at least a little bit of a bonus in the crop. So I didn't know how it would work if it was actually selling to a factory that I own. So it didn't, it didn't cost me anything. Or anything like that, but I did get the bonus in the cotton, 5,000 liters of cotton, so it helped keep the cotton mill running. Now I hope this guy doesn't start acting all crazy. In the other field that we just, in the last live stream, we harvested spinach, and that guy just, for a while, was like going all over the place, kind of weird. This guy didn't do too bad. And the field that we harvested just in the last live stream was actually 5 acres bigger than this field. I believe that's what I determined. But I'm guessing we'll make about $4,000 cash off this crop once we fulfill the contract. I think we got to take this to a farmer's market too, don't we? Which is close by. Yeah, farmer's market. Now, you know, we could go ahead and do this one, can't we? Bell wrapping? Or should we just wait? Yeah, I think I'm just going to wait. I don't want to get into doing too many multitasking. I do that all the time. I get myself so busy, I don't actually get to relax and enjoy it. Oh, that's how I usually play. I usually take my time. That's why I started playing this game, because I came across some videos by Daggerwin. So I was watching his gameplay and stuff, and I realized I can hire the helper and I can put the controller down. Sorry, I had to sneeze. I hope I got the microphone muted. I have carpal tunnel syndrome and I have arthritis in my hands. I don't ever play PlayStation unless I'm live streaming like this. And I started playing this game so I could hire the helper, put the controller down, and just really enjoy the process of building like a farming empire, because I like those type of games. I don't have much in the bank. We were playing on Riverbend Springs, and then the game crashed and all this stuff. I had to delete everything and reinstall it, start completely over. But we were playing on Riverbend Springs. I had so much going on that map. We had like $17 million. So it wasn't farming anymore for the purpose of farming and building a bank account. It was just, I was doing so many things. I was like driving myself nuts. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was a pretty cool map, but I totally was not playing the way I like to play. So this time I'm going to, although I kind of jumped the gun on setting up a couple of people with their own farms. But some of those farmhouses, you know, not all the farmhouses you have to buy. You can pretend like you're using them, so that's what we're doing. Now, one thing I'm not sure about, if I buy like that house that we were looking at down there, if I buy that, well, I mean, I'm going to buy that, but when I buy this field, that comes with it. If there's a sleep point over there, how do I get rid of that sleep point? Because I'm not going to want that sleep point. So I'm hoping that's not going to be an issue. Well, if it is, I'm going to sell that house anyway, so it doesn't matter. I don't want that house there. I'm going to get rich with this other house. I actually harvested with this spinach harvester for quite a while before I realized it was on tracks. I thought it was on wheels, tires. I didn't realize it was on tracks until I was actually running up beside it one time to jump in it. I think that thing looks funny, the way it wiggles. Thankfully, in-game, it's the month of May, so it will not get dark early. So we have time to finish this field. Now, I wouldn't mind getting a contract like to plow this field or to cultivate this field, because those don't really cost us any money. If we fertilize it or if we sow it, we actually have to, it actually costs us money, because for some reason we have to buy the seed. I don't understand that. That don't make sense. Hi, Dee Dee. How are you? No, I don't think you get reimbursed for seed if you do a sowing contract. Dee Dee, how was your day? You're calling it done for the day? So it's time to relax. You still have your shoes on. Wow. Busy day. I actually did not do too much today or yesterday, as it is at this point, but my day later on will get busier. I'm going to go out with Casey and Steven. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and grab this. Wait a minute. Oh, I don't need that. I was going to go ahead and do a mowing contract. I guess I'll wait. Let's see, where is this bale wrapping contract at? That's right down here in town. We did this field before, I think. Bale wrapping. Let's just do this. Let's borrow the equipment, because we do not have a bale wrapper. Maybe I should buy one. Okay, borrow items. $10,000. All right. Now we'll just have to keep an eye on our harvester so we can go empty it when it needs to be emptied. I've not used this bell wrapper before. I'll get this contract done. It'll be done well before the other one is. So we'll make some pretty good money for today, contract-wise. Now the unfortunate thing about this is we cannot hire a helper. I have to do this myself. But that's all right. I decided I'd rather go ahead and do it now while that other contract is being done, and then after that, after we sleep, then I can I'm not sure how this works. It doesn't work like that. Well, I don't even know how it works. How does it work? Oh, there, that's better. I forgot to unfold it. Well, unfold, dude. There we go. There we go. I forgot to unfold the thing. I didn't know how it worked, and I didn't even think about unfolding. Once you get started, it's okay. I just forgot to unfold the thing. Everything else works automatic. Yeah, we did this field once before, but it was square bales. I'm just glad these things are automatic. Because if you had to have all of them perfectly lined up, it would be much more difficult. Well, hey, good morning. How are you? Whoops. Just run over it. It don't matter. Okay, we got to keep an eye on the harvester now. Actually, I'm tired myself, but I am doing pretty good, thank you. Can you do like a phonetic spelling of your name so I can make sure I pronounce it correctly? Archie, okay. Okay, Archie Ives. Okay. I thank you so much. Okay, I see that now. I didn't you know, I just wanted to be accurate, you know what I mean? So thank you. Whoops. I keep forgetting I gotta wait for this thing to open. I keep wanting to just go ahead and... All right, now that guy can stay there. Perfect. Where is he? Oh, he's up here. I really like this map. Now, this is not the original ElmCreek. It's ElmCreek 25, but I do like it. It's pretty much the same. It's real close to the same. There are some things that are different. I have not noticed any changes that I do not like. Like Calmlands, for example. Calmlands, they changed it. It was similar but not the same, and I did not like it nearly as much. But this one I like. Okay, now we can go. We can go back to work over here. Now once we get that spinach field harvested, we're going to have a pretty good day of contracts, because we made $34,000 off of that one field, the spinach field. And then we're about to make another 30,000 off of contracts this afternoon. So that's a pretty good contract day. I have done some pretty good sized fields. That's what I liked about Calm Lands. You could do big fields, but we're going to have big fields on here too by the time we combine everything, because all of this is going to be one field. I'm going to make all of this one big field from here and here, all this. Yeah, I'll be joining these fields wherever possible. I already did across the road. These over here, 4 fields, I done made them one. So anywhere where I can join them, we'll connect them all together. All right, we'll see. These go by pretty fast. The cotton, the bale wrapping, they go by pretty fast. I don't mind them at all. And we're 32% done on our big contract, our spinach. And we've got one more bale to wrap here. Yeah, it goes by pretty quick, so I don't mind doing the bale wrapping. Well, there's 10 grand. Well, minus the rental for the equipment. So 9,000. You know, I've always used greenhouses for vegetables like that. I like farming arable crops, and I like to do like carrots and stuff like that. I like to do that kind of stuff in greenhouses. Now, Monty was wanting to do spinach, and that's what we're harvesting out of his field right now. But we're doing that under contract because I have not bought that field yet. That's a $600,000 field, so I have not bought it yet. But I need. I don't want to do spinach. Spinach is not big enough. It doesn't pay enough. 9,500. I'm surprised it has not gone back and picked up that strip that it missed right there. It usually does. In the other field when it did that, it went back and picked it up right away. See, that's really nice. We done picked up $9,500. What else? Yes, that is one of the things I really like that about this game. We can play it any way we want to. Now look here, we could do a cultivating, and that's right across the road from us. I think we should do this cultivating. I can just, I don't need to borrow the equipment. I can accept the equipment. We'll use the tractor that's at the dealership because our tractor is over where the harvester contract is at. So we could just accept the contract square. No, we want the tractor. Yeah, I cannot play fighting games. It makes my hands hurt too much. It is kind of funny though, you mentioned beating the boss at the end, because I helped my grandson play Uncharted 4. I had to do all the puzzles for him. He did most of the game itself. He did most of it himself. I had to help him, but I had to do all the puzzles, and then he needed me to help him with the final boss at the end, and my hands just would not hold out. I could not beat that guy, so we had to get my son-in-law to play it, and he beat that guy, and come to find out, I was one sword stroke away from being able to kill that guy. But my hands just would not hold up no more. And that field we're going to be doing is right there, guys. We just got to grab our cultivator. Am I going to be able to get this even across there? I don't know. It may not go across there. Oh, no, I'm going to have to go this way. I don't know if you bored her to sleep or not, but she may have went to sleep. That's a possibility. I had to go the long way to get in here, guys, but that's okay. Oh, you're playing some Fallout 4, okay. Okay, we'll let that guy run. I have never played Fallout 4. Well, I've never played any of the Fallout franchise. I should put it that way. You're trying to platinum the game? Oh, that's awesome. I hope you are able to. I've never platinumed any game. I've never been too much good at those kind of games. I have heard of Fallout, but I've never played none of the franchise. I've seen some videos on YouTube, Fallout 4. Now, we don't have to worry about the cultivating contract because it'll just run until he's done. When he gets close to being done up there, I'll jump back over there. You're playing the end game. Well, I hope you manage to a platinum, because that's a pretty big deal. Now, like in order to platinum a game, do you have to like complete all the main objectives, all the side missions, all that kind of stuff? Is that what it means to platinum? Okay. See, I always kind of wanted to do that on SnowRunner, but I never have. But I thought that might be something that would be fun to shoot for on SnowRunner. But I like SnowRunner on PS4 better than I like the PS5 version. Just because some of the mods are different. Oh wow, 50 steps for the base game. Wow. Well, like I said, I have never platinumed any game. Yep, 130 here too, Archie. Yep, God bless you. Thank you for coming by and hanging out tonight. I hope you have a great weekend. I've seen a couple of videos on the game, Dee Dee. It looks fun. I don't think I would be able to play it. It would make my hands hurt too much, but I have seen a couple of videos. Well, Monty is wanting to have a spinach, but I don't think Monty's going to have spinach. I think Monty's going to end up with rice. Yeah, I'm waiting to spring that on him. But look, it makes sense. Look. Spinach. Where is spinach? Here's spinach. Now look how much money spinach makes. Spinach makes less than $300. Rice. Rice makes $1,400. And rice oil, I think it's about $1,800. Let's see where rice oil is. And it makes sense because rice oil is $2,000. And Monty already owns an oil mill. Yeah, rice is actually probably the highest priced cash crop. Well, soybeans by itself is the highest paying cash crop. If we just look at the crops, see soybeans, $1,800. Sunflowers, $1,100. But there's no, why would I choose to do spinach at $300 when I can do soybeans at $1,800? It doesn't even make sense. But rice is like one of the next highest price, just straight out of the crop, just straight out of the field. Rice is one of the best crops. Well, what's that right there? Oh, cotton. But we already have cotton, so I don't need cotton. What is that? Carrots. I don't want to do that type. Or barley. So rice is the best one. Makes the most sense. I don't know how to do rice. But like I said, Monty already has an oil mill. So he can do rice oil. And then you and Angela are also going to be using his mill under a government subsidy. It's a good thing it's May in game. Otherwise, it'd probably get dark on us before we get this field finished. The shadows are starting to get longer. Now our cultivating contract is 66%. I'm just keeping an eye on that. When it gets to like 99%, if I catch it, I'll switch back over there, fast travel right quick. So while both of these contracts are running, guys, I need to take a quick break, and I'll be right back. Alright guys, I'm back. Doesn't look like he's got too much done. But the other guy's up to 72% or 77%. Yeah, 77%. Thank you, Dee Dee. We can look and see if we have any new contracts because the hour flipped over, so maybe there's something new that we might want to do, and probably not. We could do this sorghum contract. We'll see about that. I don't trust the corn. We tried corn, and neither one of the contracts worked, so I don't really want to do that. Oh, here we go. We're going to do this contract. As soon as the cultivator gets done. When the cultivator gets done, we're going to be able to go do that plowing contract before this guy gets done. Now we can go ahead and ride along with this guy until he gets done. Well, I'm not going to be able to do that plowing contract though, because I'm going to have to rent the equipment. I don't want to have to rent the equipment. I own the equipment. I'm trying to think, how can I do this? I wonder if this, I wonder if I can use this tractor with my plow. I might be able to. I think we might have to find out before I return. Maybe, yeah, I can use this tractor because I'm using it with my cultivator, so I can use it with my plow also. So we can go up here and we can just accept this plowing contract, and we'll use, we'll just drop the cultivator off and we'll grab the plow, and that's way over on the end over there. Okay, nice. All right, man, we're gonna make some pretty good money before the day's out, and we didn't even sleep. All right. Now we're just going to drop the plow, or drop off the cultivator, grab the plow, and we'll have to go finish that plowing contract before we can return this tractor. I believe we can take a shortcut right here. I need to see where that's at. Am I anywhere close to it? Oh yeah, okay. I'm still not familiar with the streets in town and stuff like that. Now let me see what's the best way to get over here. Oh, we got to come down this way. I got to go back, cross the railroad tracks. Yeah, like I said, I'm not familiar with where I'm at and where I'm going when it comes over here to this part of the map. Nice little place right there, huh? Alright, and this guy will still be done before the harvesting is done. This guy's working at twice the speed and right at twice the working width also. So he's going to get done 4 times faster. Yeah, it takes a while to get familiar with it. And when I played on this map before, I never really made it over into this area, working the fields and stuff like that. I was more in the center part of the map. Wonder how much this field costs. Let's find out. That's not bad at all, 287,000. I thought it would be more than that. Look at this one. 590,000. Wow. And this one's 700,000. I already looked at it. $700,000. This one's 300. No, 650. Oh, why did I think 300? 650. This one's 300. Yeah, 300. So this will be Angela's first field. And then she'll get this one, but she get this one first. Whoa. And some of these fields are really expensive, aren't they? I didn't realize that. But those are all fields that I haven't bought before, so I had no idea they were that costly. I got to keep an eye on where he's at, 77%. We'll ride along with him until we can empty him again. Oh, sorry, Dee Dee. I had my microphone muted. I hope you heard me. I did wish you a good night, a good weekend, and a God bless you. Now we might be able to just about have this field finished plowed by the time the tank gets full on that harvester again. Now we will have made some pretty good money this afternoon in game time. By the time we actually get that spinach contract done and collected, that'll be 3 good contracts this afternoon. And we just hit the 2-hour live stream mark, guys. Pretty awesome. All right, see, we're almost 50% done with this plowing. And let's see, where are we at here? See, we're only, what, 29% full? Can this guy plow and finish this field before that harvester is full? Well, I don't know. Probably not. I bet it's close though. Now I'm wondering, I need to take a look at something actually. I need to look at the equipment. We need to look at rice. I have no clue what it really takes to do rice. I'm assuming there is like a special equipment for rice stuff. Yeah, here's a rice harvester, a rice planter. Let me look at rice planters. Oh, I see here's a hand pushable planter, a rice planter. But we need this right here, $25,000 for rice. Okay, and that has what is that, fertilizer? So it has the seed and the fertilizer, is that what that is? Yeah, okay. So we need that. But then the only other thing I guess we really would need would be the harvester, right? And that's $100,000. And it only works at 2 meters. Oh my gosh. That's even worse than spinach. But it has a much, 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 much bigger. Oh my gosh, and it only works at 4 miles an hour. Oh, we'll be there all day. It would be an all day job, but it does pay a lot better. Oh boy. All right, well, I need to do it. Wow. I'll have to watch a tutorial this weekend about rice. I've never done rice before. I don't know if I can do rice in just any field. I don't. I'll have to watch a tutorial. I installed these mods today. Look here. These are actually pretty cool. I would like to do, I thought about doing one like this. Let's see, where's, well, like for a plow, for example, there's a hand plow right here. And there's what's the difference between these? Oh, that one's a smaller plow? Oh, it is, ain't it? 1.2 meters and 2 meters. Oh, look how tiny these things are. A cultivator. I've got all kinds of hand tools now. Where is the hand tool cultivator? Maybe it's a, oh, I know what it'd be a subsoiler. Maybe, yeah, here it is. The cultivator subsoiler. Hand tools to do everything with. Let's look at harvesters because there's a hand tool for everything you need for farming. So there's a harvesting grain harvester, potato harvester, multi-fruit. So that looks like spinach and stuff right there maybe. So there's stuff for yeah, see these are for you can harvest everything with that, all the arable crops, sunflowers, corn. What's the working with 1.4 meters? But it would be fun to do a start from scratch survival series like on No Man's Land or Calm Lands or something like that with this equipment and just use the hand equipment. That would be pretty fun. I wonder, how would you haul that stuff? See, there's a grain cart. Can you pull that by hand? I wonder what that looks like. Oh, yeah. See, we'd pick this up and pull it by hand. So that would be pretty cool. So we could harvest, literally do the entire operation by hand. That would be pretty cool. I do have to say. Well, I thought we might get finished before this guy filled back up, but we didn't. And that's okay. Doesn't matter. He doesn't have too much more to do, though, does he? But we've done good. While this guy's been working, we've done 3 other contracts. And to those who may be watching and are not in chat, let me just say thank you very much. I do hope you guys enjoy it, and I hope you have a great weekend too. Last pass around the field. And he is almost finished. Sorry guys, I didn't mean to cough in your ear. I think we will go back the bottom way. Instead of trying to figure our way through town. Actually, on this road we could just go straight up, I think. But we'll just go this way. It's fine. Now we're going to drop off our plow, and then we'll take this tractor back over to the dealership. But we need to drop the plow off first. Now we'll go park this guy at the dealership. We won't collect on the contract just yet. We'll wait until we get the spinach contract complete, and we'll just do a return on both of them at the same time, or collect actually. But I need to bring the harvester back. Well, actually, I won't have to bring the harvester back because I'll have this tractor back over here, so I can fast travel to this tractor, and then I can go over to the office. Anytime I have multiple pieces of equipment for one contract, as long as I return one of them back to the office, I do count that as a fulfilled contract. So we'll just park this guy. And then we'll go back with this guy. And when this guy gets done, see, then we'll just fast travel back to that tractor and then complete the contracts, and this will automatically return. And then if I remember correctly, we have, yeah, our truck is over here. That's why we want to end there. We're supposed to stop and start the workday at right there, but sometimes the contract, we have the equipment ourselves, and I kind of get in a hurry, and I don't stop by the office. And then I get confused because I'll do it and I'll forget that I parked over there. It's really a matter of getting in the habit and being disciplined to run all the contracts through the office. But I don't do that because sometimes I'll forget, so I simulate like, oh, I called them from the shop or called them from home. It was done by phone, whatever. But I really wasn't going to play that way. I was going to play where I physically have to go to the shop. So I do my best to do that, but sometimes I forget. I get in a hurry, I don't think about it. Now he's still got to go over there and get that part that he missed over there. think I'll go ahead and empty this harvester. It may not be able to hold everything. I know it would be pretty close, but if I go ahead and empty it now, then I know it'll be fine. But it does have to come over here and finish that part as well. Now, unfortunately, it will not pull up beside my trailer. I have to pull up beside it. Yeah, it didn't have much in it. Dang. What's it doing? Does it have anything in it or not? No. Okay. That was really weird. But it didn't empty nothing. Now that's strange. Why didn't it empty it? That was weird that it did not empty it. Oh, I might as well move this. Because I'm not going to need it over here. I'll need it over here somewhere. I don't know where exactly. So we'll just park it over here. Yeah, that's good. Actually lagging a little bit tonight, a little bit more than normal. Well, I'm glad this guy recognized that he still had to come back over here. Now, I wonder if he plans on coming back and getting a spot like that. I don't know if he will or not. It'll be interesting to see if he does. It won't be necessary as far as fulfilling the contract is concerned, but I'm just wondering if it'll do it, because it'll actually be able to harvest everything. So if it realizes that it skipped that spot, it can go back and get it. Alright, what's this guy doing? Well, I'm not really going to need this trailer all the way back here now, am I? So I might as well hop out and we'll move this tractor down to the other end. Because at some point he'll be finishing on this side. I don't know which direction he'll be going. But he'll be down there on that end, so it doesn't matter. Ooh, $3,000 wage payment. Well, at least we're getting a true test as to how long it takes to do this field as far as harvesting spinach is concerned. More than 2.5 hours. Well, maybe right at 2.5 hours. Because it took me a minute to be able to drive down to the dealership and all that kind of stuff. But so we give a couple of minutes of prep to get over here and get the contract started. But other than that, it's been working the whole time. It's about 2.5 hours. And rice will take even longer. Now, will this guy go down there and get that little patch that it missed? I don't know. It might. What are you doing? I don't know where this guy's going. I kind of want to find out. Oh, he just went over there to park. All right, now this is going to go to the farmer's market. Everybody's always in such a hurry. I had to think about where I was at for a second. I'm not accustomed to being over there. Well, I was going to say that we might make about $4,000, but I think we're going to make less than that. Maybe $3,000. Although 4,000 would be nice, but I'm thinking more maybe like $3,000. Maybe I'll be wrong though. Let's see. 2,200. So yeah, even 3,000 was a pretty ambitious guess. And at first I thought maybe was thinking 4,000, but see, spinach just is not worth it. There's no money in spinach. I mean, we made good money on the contract itself. So that $2,000 right there was just bonus money. But it won't be bonus money once we own that field. All right, we can go park this. And then we can go to, we can just leave that sit over there. Like I said, we have the tractor at the dealership, so we'll do a return on the tractor and that will automatically return the harvester for us. As long as I return one item, then I'm okay with that. Well, we don't need fuel, we don't need maintenance, that's good. What is this guy doing? Well, now how did this guy get full again? We just emptied him. Didn't I? Or did I forget to empty him? Maybe I did forget to empty him. Well, we're going to have to go back, guys. But you know what that means? That means everything that's in that harvester is ours. Wait a minute. Whoa. I don't know if that kind of glitched or something, or if I messed up or what, but because I was pretty sure I unloaded this harvester and now it's almost full again. But we have already completed the contract. And we made $2,200. So anything that's still in this harvester is ours. So we're going to see what happens. There he is. He was just out of sight. I thought it was down here, but it was just out of sight, so I had to look back the other way just for confirmation. Won't let me unload it, huh? Alright. Now, I've tried to get into that thing a couple of times now, and it keeps putting me back into my own tractor. I'm trying to get into this thing. I want to unload it. How do I empty this thing? I don't know how to unload it. Am I not close enough to the thing? Maybe not. This thing is hard to drive. Oh, that's what it is. I was looking for it to say unload, but that's not what it said. Okay, so we already made $2,200. So now we can go see what we make off the rest of this. Not that much. But we do have 18,000 liters. And we get to add that to the 2,200 that we already made. And I was originally thinking that we'd make about 4,000. So we'd need to make another 2,800 to match that 4,000. So we'll see what we end up with here. I was thinking my guess turned out to be kind of off a little bit. I'm usually pretty close. Whoa! Nice. All right, now let's see. We need 2,800. Whoa, 5,300. Wow. So we made 75, really about $7,600. Nice. Much better than I thought. That was worth the extra trip back over there to get that. I'm glad I noticed that there was still grain in there, because if I'd have done that return or collected, then we would have lost that. So that worked out great. Jim Dog. All right, now we'll just do this again. Oh, nice. 11,300. 14,900. And 4,500. Nice. All right, now we're going to go sleep. It's 4:20 in the afternoon in game. So that's a pretty good work day. It's easier to get through this part right here in this view just because the foliage on those trees are so thick. It's hard to see through it. Don't you just love that bench seat right there? It's hard to see where the road is over here. We're going to go up this way. don't know what I'm going to do with this grassy area over here. I would like to do something with it, but I don't really know what. Nothing is kind of came to mind yet, so. All right, we're just going to sleep, and then we'll continue. So we will save it. And then we'll sleep. All right. Now let's see if we have any decent contracts. Normally we don't start out with anything decent. I didn't think so. So what we're going to do is we're just going to advance the clock. That's what I usually have to do. We'll just advance the clock. And now by the time we get it slowed back down, now let's see what kind of contracts we got. Here's hoeing. There's actually 2 hoeing contracts, so we could do both of these. Let's see what else because that's about it, isn't it? Yep. So let's do both of these hoeing. We'll just rent the equipment for one and accept contract for the other. Doesn't really matter which is which. So we will accept this contract. And then this one here, we will borrow equipment. Yeah, we're going to borrow the equipment. Okay, so now see, I'm supposed to be going to the dealership to do that, but we'll just assume that I called the dealership. Because I always forget to actually go to the dealership. But it's okay. We all have cell phones, so we can do some business by the phone. But still, in order to get paperwork, we do have to go by there. Those trees are very hard to see through. So we'll do these 2 hoeing contracts and then we'll see where we're at. We'll see how tired I am. Whoa! This truck will tip over real easy. Alright, now let's see what contract we're going to do first. We can do that one first. Where is it? Let's look at the big map so I can kind of see where. So we might as well go around this way. And how do we access this thing though? Oh, this is way up in here where we had a hard time getting in there last time. We got to come up here. There was a bridge right here, wasn't there? Someplace there was a bridge. Yeah, there's a bridge up here. And there's a bridge right here. And this is over here where this covered bridge is. Okay. Yeah, we'll do these two contracts and then we'll see how I'm feeling. We just passed the 3-hour live stream mark, so. And I've already accepted 2 contracts, so we've got to do those. But they won't be, I don't think they'll be long. I don't think they'll take a long time. We'll see what happens. Now we have worked this field that we're going to now. I don't remember what operation we did in this field, but we have been to this field. And we're going to take the side path beside the bridge, which I normally do anyway, just because the bridge messes with the camera. So I've almost always gone this way. But we can cut right through here. And let this guy get to work. Nice wide tool also, so that's nice. I didn't realize that it would be able to cover so much ground. Nice. Doesn't look like it's doing anything, but it is. Can't really see it doing anything. Working at 15 miles an hour. Yeah, this field's going to go by quick. The next one I think is going to go by even faster because I'm sure it's a smaller field. I really like the way this field is shaped. And especially the one over there next to it, the one over that way. That's the kind of field I'd be putting in on calm lands. Odd shaped fields. Even when the helpers would only work in a straight line, I like doing that. Man, I can't see what this guy's doing. I mean, I know what it's doing is doing the weeds, but I don't even see any weeds. Well, that right there did not make a lot of sense to me. Actually, it didn't make any sense to me. Well, all I can do is rely on the numbers. I don't know why this guy is doing what he's doing, but I guess he thought he'd get done too quickly and wouldn't make very much on hourly wages. So he's trying to stretch out the job. Well, that was a nice long run. All right, 40% complete. All right, there's 50% complete on this contract, so it's going by pretty quick. Now let's see here. Let's look at Where is this at? Okay, this is over there just behind our farm. Okay, I know where that's at. I can't even see where this guy's been or where he hasn't been, so. Now it's a matter of following the perimeter. Nope, I was hoping he was on that headland row. Alright, now where's this guy going instead of just continuing? He's going to back all the way up to this very point. Well, they do a lot of things that don't make sense to me. Back all the way down here to turn around instead of just turning around at the other end and driving down here and working on his way down here. This guy's skipping all over the place. Now, see, if he'd have just done that when he came down through here from the other end coming this way, this would have been done already. Well, we're almost done here. Now I just have to remember when I come over there, I don't have to cross the creek. All right, now this other farm we're going to, the next field is, it's just on one road past where our farm is. And that field will not take long either. Look out. Now the field we're going to be working will eventually be one of Dee Dee's fields back this way. I think it's the one in the middle. And this one won't take long. This thing with this hoe works a little differently than what I thought it would, because most of the equipment, you know, it's supposed to do like the center part of the field first, and then it does headland rows. But this guy is going all the way out towards the headland rows before he does the center. Let me take a gander at contracts. I don't know that there's any other contracts I want to do. Now, I think once we sleep one more time, we'll have our, we'll actually have our own field. Whoops, ready to harvest. Yeah, we sleep one more time, we're going to be able to harvest our own. Hey, good morning, Monty. How are you? All right, good. We just got through harvesting your spinach field, Monty. It won't take this guy long now, he's almost done. All right, this guy is finished. Too bad I can't just cut across there. Well, I mean I could, but I don't want to. All right, so we can take this back to the dealership, collect on those two contracts. I got distracted. All right, 3,200, 3,900. And there is nothing else I want to do right now, but we will advance the clock just to see if we can catch something. Maybe do one more contract. I'm getting pretty tired. Alright, now let's see what we got. See if we can do one more contract. Oh, look here. That might be the perfect contract. Yeah, we can go do that contract. Because that'll be a nice big contract. Simple. Hoeing. We'll just rent this equipment. So, borrow the items. I need to buy me a hoe, don't I? And we'll go do this one, and then that'll be it for the day. Now this contract will take a little while, but it won't take an extremely long time, because this does have a pretty good working width on it. Monty, I need to switch your crop from spinach to rice. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, I believe her name was Olive. Let's see here. Look at the price difference. Here's the price of spinach. Under $300. Here's the price of rice. $1,400. And rice oil is, I think, $2,000. I think the rice oil was $2,000. And you have an oil mill. Yeah, here's rice oil, $2,000 compared to less than $300. And since you already have a oil mill, that will really work out really ideally. I don't know. I'll have to try to find out and see what happens. I'm going to watch a tutorial video over the weekend and see how rice is done. But still, it's worth it. I mean, you make an extra $1,700. Plus that harvesting spinach is very, very slow. Yeah, I'll have to look into it and see, but I think rice might be, even if I have to do extra stuff, rice might be more worth it in the long run. Spinach is not going to be worth it. We'd be better off putting barley or something like that. Yeah, if I had to buy the water, it'd probably be pretty expensive. Spinach is only $300. Spinach is actually a little under $300. The best is $2.90 for spinach. Well, I don't know how much the overall field sold for because it doesn't tell me that. I made an extra $8,000. Roughly, yeah, about 8,000. But I have no clue what the entire field sold for. But spinach at $300 does not compare to rice at $1,400. Because even like even if you did like wheat, that's at least twice the price. What else? see canola. Canola is $1,000. Cotton is good. Oats are almost $1,000. Most of this stuff doesn't pay much. Rice is the best. Sorghum, soybeans is the best. But yeah, the water we can get for free, so that doesn't matter. Plus, the way I'm setting it up, it's good that I can get the water for free because it would actually be your field, so water should not cost me money. So, but I will have to watch a video, a tutorial about rice, because I don't know if I can turn this field into a rice field. I guess I can, but I don't know how. I would think all I would need to do is bring a rice planter over there and start planting rice. Hey Richard, how are you? I'm doing good. This is my last contract for the night. We already sold those. Those are gone already. Richard, did I ask you on Wednesday about setting you up a farm on this map, on my game? Okay, so I'm going to show you where your farm is. When we get done with this contract, I'm going to show you where your house is and your farm, okay? I thought I had mentioned that to you, but I couldn't remember. I think I did because I asked you if I could set you up a wheat operation. Yeah, Richard, I might set you up with a grain mill operation doing wheat. That way you can produce flour. Yep, he can have about 4 or 5 different kinds of flours. You can have wheat flour, barley flour, oat flour, sorghum flour, and maybe some other kinds of flours. And it's actually going to work out great. It's going to be so awesome. Just got to figure out what field to have you do, Monty. Spinach is not the right field. Even if you do sorghum, would be better than spinach. No, you can't do wheat. Richard's doing wheat. But you could do sorghum, barley, oats. Let's see. Flour. How much does flour sell for? Let's look and see how much flour sells for. Because there's different kinds of flour. They all sell for the same price, but we can make different kinds of flour. Well, flour still doesn't sell for much, does it? Flour, so, oh, let me think. I need a grain mill, and then like maybe a bakery. Let's see what bread sells for. Maybe a bakery, just for bread though. I'm not doing cake and all that stuff. But maybe bread in a bakery, because bread does sell for a couple of thousand. So if I can find a cheap bakery, I might, well, we'll see when we get to it. We're not ready for that yet. I don't want to jump too far ahead. I actually already am. I've got so many different things going on now already. Alright, this guy's almost finished. We can take a look at something about that here in a minute. I was looking for one in particular. I may not have installed it yet. How about something like that, Monty? Because you have a great big red barn. So I don't know really what you need another little shed for. But, so how about something like that? Yeah, you can get in that barn. I couldn't get in that barn when I didn't own the land, but now that I own the land, I can get in there. Alright, so I'm going to go show Richard what we got. This contract is finished. So now I got to think about where I'm at. Here we are. Yeah, the door's open. I'll show you. We're going over there. I'll show you. Traffic jam. See the doors open? And then of course you have your oil mill. Now Richard, I'm going to show you where your farm is. Okay, Monty. But we need to figure out what kind of crop. It needs to be like oats or barley or something like that. Something for the grain mill, I think, would be the best, actually. Now, Richard, this is where you're going to be, but this is not where you're going to live. So, this is your house, but this is not your house. I'm going to sell this house. What am I going to do with alfalfa? That's grass. I'm trying to figure out how to make you a profitable farm. So anyway, Richard, I'm going to sell that house. This is not where you're going to live. You're just going to have these barns and stuff for a wheat operation. And we'll be able to put some, because you're going to be able to do bales. So you'll be doing some straw bales and stuff that you can keep in here and stuff like that. So for now, you'll be over here. But that's not where your house is. I'm going to show you where your house is going to be. And we may sell some of this other stuff off just so it doesn't look so crowded. Because it does look very crowded. What is this back here even? See, we got all this back here too. I don't even know what all this stuff is. You'd think we'd find a collectible over here. I wonder if that greenhouse works once we buy this place. Barley? Yeah, barley will be okay. So I'll set you up with a barley. And then barley can be made into flour. Because I think I'm going to put Richard a grain mill over here. I'm going to thin out some of this because he doesn't need all these buildings. So I'll get rid of a bunch of this stuff and then figure out how to, where does this go? Well, I don't know about the beer, but we can do barley. I can get rid of this barn. See, Richard will not need all this, so I can get rid of this, and I can put an oil mill. I believe I can put an oil mill over here, but I'm going to have to look at the map and figure out where I'm at. Alright, let me look at the big map so I can figure out where I'm at. If I come, okay. So instead of cutting in here, we can just come on down here. Just trying to look and see where the delivery is made at, because I want to be able to put like I'll get rid of this barn. I think maybe that's the thing to do. Whoops. Get rid of this barn right here. And put the grain mill right here where this sits. Because that would be easy access to come from there and just swing around right here and empty the load. So that'll be good. Okay, so Richard will do wheat, Monty will do barley. And Richard will own the grain production and the grain mill, and Monty owns oil mill. Now I'm not going to be wanting to do a whole bunch of bales, but it does work out where I'll be able to do some bales. Just to say we have some. Now Richard, I'll show you where your house is, where you're going to live and where your fields are. Did I show you where Monty lives, Richard? What do you think, Richard? He may have seen it. He may have been here. Well, I'll show you here in a minute. But anyway, Richard, what do you think about this? And then you can have these 3 fields, or 4 fields actually. I didn't really. You can have this field, and this field. These 3 will connect them together, make one big field. A big wheat field right here. Make sure you don't have a collectible hid in here somewhere. I don't know where all the collectibles are. Okay, so this will be your place over here, Richard. So that's all going to work out really good. It's going to work out really nice, guys. I'm glad you guys are all okay with me, like using your name and stuff in association with what we got going on here. I would just go back out this way. Now I'll show you again where Monty lives. He's up here. We do have that first house available. Christopher is right there. That's going to be Christopher's place. And here's Monty's place. Monty's got a pretty cool place, actually. I like this place. Oh, even got a canoe back here. Wow. Nice. Some nice flowers. Look at that. Flowers all over the place. Monty, you said you wanted flowers. You got flowers, buddy. There you go. Alright, we're going to go turn this in, collect on our contract. Now, Monty, I want you to have this field too. This field right here. That's about the biggest field on the map and the most expensive. All right, another 9,000. And that's going to be it for tonight, guys. We made some pretty good money on contracts today. Let's see where we're at. Okay, we're doing okay. I don't need to fill that yet. We're going to be buying a truck, actually. I don't know if it's under trucks or cars. I think we're going to buy something like this. But I could put diesel fuel in. Maybe, yeah, I think it's this one. Maybe this one. Or maybe this one was diesel fuel. Yeah, this was the latest one that I installed to put diesel fuel in. So 67, whose place will be the bakery is going to go on Richard's place. All right, so we'll save it right here, guys. And then we'll do it again Monday. We're doing pretty good. We're up to almost 300,000. 11 likes. Awesome. Thank you, everybody. I need 400,000 so I can buy this cotton harvester. I need 400,000. I need roughly 400,000 so I can it's 381,000 by the time I modify it. So we're getting there. We're almost up to 300,000. But anyway, guys, yeah, once I harvest my own field, you're right, I'll be pretty good with that. So this is where I'm going to leave it sit, guys. We'll pick it up again Monday night. I hope everybody has a great weekend. Thanks for coming and hanging out with me, guys. Richard, thank you. Monty, thank you. And we'll do it again on Monday. Until then, everybody, God bless.